So we play one of those hit singles from the 80s that we had. And this one's I really do feel close to this song, but I'll tell you, you've never heard it till you hear Eddie Vedder sing it, so I thought maybe Eddie'd come out.
From a dream. Oh, I never known nothing quite like this. Don't it feel like tonight might never be again? Baby, we know better and try and pretend. Honey, no one could have ever told me about this. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. And waiting is the hardest part. Every day you see one more card. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. Yeah, I might have chased a couple women around. All the year got me was down. Yeah, and there were those who made me feel good, but never as good as I'm feeling right now. Baby, you're the only one that how to make me wanna live like I wanna live now. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. And waiting is the hardest part. Every day you get one more part. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part.
Woo! Good morning, my friends. Happy Jenn McCabe Cross Day. Listen, man, if I'm Jenn McCabe right now, I'm hunkered over a fucking toilet, puking my brains out, bro. Like, oh man. Some might wonder why I'm taking such pleasure in such a thought. And I'll tell you why. I've been following this case for over a year. I watched her over a year ago lie on the stand, play victim. I've watched Turtle Boy live in constant fear of going to jail simply for being the one and only person pushing to get the truth from them. And I am thoroughly enjoying the idea of Jenn McCabe cracking under cross-examination and then going to jail eventually for conspiracy to cover up a murder. I can't wait for that shit. Oh my God. Really, bro?
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Binging crimes, not cookies. Okay. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. One, if Karen Reed told Jenn McCabe her taillight was broken over the phone, wouldn't the niece have heard it? 2, wouldn't the metal sticking out have scratched John O'Keefe's car when she hit it? I have questions. As far as number 2 goes, not necessarily. It just depends on what part that part scraped on his car. Like if it scratched, his light, then you know what I mean? It wouldn't really show up on his light, right? But I don't know. But those are good points. And the niece, that's tough because nobody wants to call the niece to the stand. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to call either of these minors to the stand and make them relive one of the most traumatic ordeals of their life. Like those are the 2 people that I feel bad the most for in this whole situation are John's niece and nephew, because they are completely innocent in all of this, obviously. And this tragedy has probably become more of an issue for them in their life than their parents dying. They haven't really had a chance to process and mourn the way the rest of us have the luxury of dealing with the death in the family. This is something beyond anything that I could imagine that they could ever imagine. And they've got every adult in their life pushing and pulling at them. You've got who knows what's being said in school when they go to school. It's just I feel really bad for them. And it was really shitty of Lally to call them to the stand the last trial, because it got nothing. It proved nothing. And if they have to testify again in this trial, I'm going to be really rad at Brennan because it's still not going to prove anything. Because we know Karen Reed didn't even do this. So just the act of putting them through the ordeal of sitting on a stand, taking an oath, it's just, yeah, it's infuriating when you think about it. So court should be starting soon. It has not started yet. But yeah, so yesterday we watched direct examination. I'm not sure if direct examination is finished yet in the case of Jenn McCabe. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure we'll get to cross. Hopefully we get to cross before 2:00, because that's my big worry, because I also have another live set to cover Turtle Boy's hearing at 2:00, which it's a motions hearing, so it's important and I want to watch it, but I don't think I'm going to interrupt the Jenn McCabe testimony for it. So I will probably end up taking it down and not going over it if it clashes with Jenn McCabe's cross-examination. But I do have a live set for it. I do have a live set for Aiden's hearing, and I'd like to be able to watch it and cover it. Yeah. And make sure to hit the like, and make sure you're subscribed and share this out. I'm definitely going to get a copyright ding for playing Fugazi, but it was appropriate, I felt. Because that's one of my favorite bands of all time, and it felt appropriate to play that. Yeah, I don't think they've finished direct either, Maniacal Miss. So we're just gonna have to wait. As you can see, my new ring light came in. Kind of caught me by surprise because I used it last night for the first time. I did a fun members only Insomniac live stream late last night, because I was a little too excited about today to fall asleep immediately. And my ring light came in sometime while I was live yesterday, and so I had set it up and everything, and when I used it, it was like, wow, it was a lot. So now I have the whole ring light situation fixed and worked out. But this one is like, it's a big ring light. It's massive. So yeah, it kind of caught me off guard a little bit, but let's see. Mike B from the 413. If Hank wants info that is under federal protective order so bad, why not take the DOJ to federal court to compel its release? If feds are done, no fear, right? Good point. Yeah. I mean, why do they think that the thing is that they know they can't get it. Like, they know they can't get that shit from the defense. The defense doesn't have the authority, nor do they even have the information they're looking for. They don't have access to the information. So, I don't know why they're fishing for that shit and using the defense to do it. Now, my best guess is that they can use it as smoke and mirrors to say that the defense isn't sharing discovery, and then have this whole bullshit happen with ARCA like it happened. But we came out on top. Bev ruled in favor of the defense on the ARCA witnesses testifying. Now we're just going to have to find out what her ruling is going to be. And I guarantee you she's going to say that the jury can't know the circumstances in which the ARCA experts were hired and who hired them. I guarantee that, which is I have a real big problem with. Because you might be sitting here thinking, well, we should just be glad that she allowed the ARCA experts in. No, it shouldn't have even been a question whether or not the ARCA experts could testify. It should never have even been a question. Secondly, my whole thing with the ARCA experts is, I mean, besides the fact that it should have never, the ARCA being in question should have never happened in the first place, I'm not going to sit here and act like I got at least something when she's going to rule that the jury can't know the circumstances in which they were hired. But I feel like Karen Reed has a right for the jury to know all of the facts of the case. Why can't, I mean, that is a crucial fact. So why can't the jury know this? Why does Karen Reed not have the right for the jury to know this? Makes no sense.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jenn McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of the party opponent from the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. There's a hearsay. If you want to get clips in to do so, I would vote objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth. So
I wouldn't go that
at the
far.
end of the
Past
day,
panic
one of the
attack,
things she
not yet.
testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would
That's
testify that
exculpatory, though.
she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. And yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship
Right.
between Bella and John. Which
Right.
I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than
That's,
yesterday.
that's what I was going to say. It's like,
All right,
what's the
and I
problem with that?
understand
That's more
the loop you'll
exculpatory than
make
anything.
eventually, but this is
Thank
all
you,
you
Amy
intend to
McCabe.
get through Ms. McCabe now,
luck.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is for it not be played with Mr. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why don't, yes, yes.
Yeah, see,
You are.
Alan Jackson doesn't have an issue with this at all. Because, I mean, okay. So either she killed him and was trying to cover it up, or she was worried that John was cheating on her. That's why she called Jenn. She called Carrie because Carrie's a fucking busybody and knows everything about John. She thought that he was interested in Jenn. Now, I don't think that she had a legitimate fear of this. I think that between alcohol and her mind racing, wondering where her man is and why he just left her to fucking not give a shit, like left her to not, left her not seemingly giving a shit, that, she feels like she's being mistreated the whole time. Are you all the text messages tell you this? Are you interested in someone else? If this is over, just let me know. Like, you seem like you're just totally distant, like you're not into this anymore. Is there somebody else? This was Karen's fear. And that's understandable. This is very common. This is very, very common with couples, especially when they're just dating. There's no real strong commitment between the two. They're just dating. And then there's like, are we gonna get serious? This is the part where they're questioning whether or not they're gonna get serious. And so in hopes to get serious, Karen is worried that she's not number one to him anymore. That's understandable. Everyone goes through that. Everyone wants to be number one. Everyone does. Nobody wants to be the side piece. Nobody wants to be the second one they think of. The reserve to text when the other person isn't texting back. Nobody wants to be that person. It's not a motive for murder. So here's Karen leaving these angry voicemails talking about you're a pervert. You're leaving me here with your kid and you're a pervert. That means she thinks he's cheating on her. She didn't just kill anybody.
All present standing is before the honest Megami Kenobi, before the honest Alphonse Gary Coincidence, before the country.
Bro, mute the Zoom, dude. Mute the Zoom.
This court is now open. You may be seated.
There you go.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones.
Good morning.
We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that'll be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes affirmatively. Did anyone happen to
Randall
see
Floyd,
or read anything about
before next year, you are in serious need of a serious attitude adjustment, young man.
Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe?
And watch
back,
out with
please?
that crowd you've been running with. Don't think I haven't noticed. Uh-oh. Turbulence in the chat. JFK's in the house, y'all. Turbulence. What's up, Dina? Brad Blankenship, my man. What's up, dude?
Good morning. Follow me, please.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Look at this lady, dressed like she's fucking going to a bake sale.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions.
No cross around her neck,
about
though.
John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks.
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I'm sure it's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo.
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him
okay.
to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now, I
Okay.
want you to take us
That was the
back
big
where we
to-do
were
this
yesterday
morning?
when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what was emergency.
Yes, I need someone from the third floor, third floor, Fairview Road, in Canton, Mass, that they impact out of the snow.
You can't hold up, but you can't really go. You can't do no, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell them that they're on.
I'm 15 years old, like 59 that area in 15, okay? Okay. I know. Where's the process? I don't keep going to parents.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to third floor, Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it self-third floor?
Yes, third floor, the Albert resident, yes.
I've never heard this before. This is not the same phone 911 call.
You can't now, yes.
911 is under order for emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34, Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay.
These phone calls didn't happen. Why are they first now coming up? I've never heard this.
What's going on? Is he face down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
This is a fucking, what the fuck is this?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. If he's carrying, I don't.
Am I crazy?
I don't know his women. There are two women trying to, it could be spotty and then hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we got to get the fire department going. They just got to know.
Is he breathing?
JFK, am I crazy or is this not the same 911 call?
They CPR, do they want to test you?
No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm right up front. I know, Mom, the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, like I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head, his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something coming out of the note that one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back, if you tell us your response, all right, but we're on our way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them.
I
So
don't want
I
to
was just trying my best to
spread
be
misinformation,
as calm
but
as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
she said guy instead of man. That's
I'm
what
not
stood
sure
out
if
to me the
they
most.
had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him, like, ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Fucking liar.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
Fucking Spanky's talking to her like she
You know
went
the
through a
time
traumatic
of
event.
that 911
It's so
call?
annoying.
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarah. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were
Birchmore
EMTs.
officers.
I don't remember their names either.
Fucking piece of
You've
shit.
lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know
We were friendly.
him? Did children ever?
Yeah,
associate
he
with
also
each other?
got in a bar fight
Not
with
until
your fucking
recently.
brother-in-law.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, And she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, you know, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I am out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, you know, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, you know, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay. I'm
Like-
going to
like
see counsel at sidebar.
She keeps on with that. Karen was irrational. Dude, like I'm still, the only reason I'm doubting it is because it could so easily be disproven. Like as soon as we go on break, and thank you, Cherry. I'll check later. as soon as we go on a break, I'm going to play this 911 call, and I'm going to play the recording from John O'Keefe's cell phone from his voicemail, because I am convinced that that's not the same 911 call. Now, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I don't know, but I don't think that we heard this the last trial. And that troubles me. But I could be crazy. Who knows?
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
Wow.
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Interesting that it was Lank that did
Was
that.
there any directive
Interesting
on
that
what
it
you
was
should speak to
after
your
all the
sister
other
about?
first responders left.
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there
So
any
why
lights
didn't you
on?
go in the first place?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went
Yeah,
in?
AJ is like,
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
AJ is
So I
gearing
went
up.
in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was like, I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think
Oh
I said,
my
"We found
God.
Jennifer
You don't
out."
need to describe again, but I want to know.
Yeah, no, there is
their
a need to
reaction and
describe. I want to hear the
interaction
lies.
with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the
Wow.
stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
Did he fucking
How
take
long
a
was that
statement?
conversation? Do you know?
Did he
Not
write a
sure.
report?
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Now, does anybody know if it was ever said that Lank went inside the house?
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
Right, just the foyer, right. That's what I thought.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
God,
I don't
this
know
is
the
all
officer.
such bullshit
That's
right here.
myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that
don't want you to guess. Just
oh,
if you
I
know.
don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Now, Brennan is way more effective than Lally. Way more effective. Make no mistake about that. But Jenn McCabe is lying her ass off up there.
Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
I
Yes.
can't wait to hear
And
her
which
try to
person are you?
explain away why she
I'm
didn't
the
run
one,
into the house in the first place.
next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue.
Dude, she's always got a Coke drip. It's so gross.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
That Coke
Yes.
drip
Do you see him
is
now
so
turned away
annoying
from
to
the group
listen to.
speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
That's for real. She blows her nose and $60 comes out. Oh my God, dude. Y'all kill me. Y'all are fucking great.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
Dude, she's so gross, bro.
Is that
Like-
you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
She's the chick at the bar at 4 a.m. when the ugly lights come on and you go, oh, fuck. Okay, you know what? Nah, you know what? I think I'm going home. You're not coming with me.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
It's such a fucking waste of time. No, I don't use cocaine. I don't even like
Is that Ms.
cocaine.
Roberts?
I like the way it
Yes.
smells.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
The praying, bro.
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 62340, please.
This is just a big fucking waste of time. Like showing this footage like it's evidence
At
of
this time, are
anything.
you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:20, 6:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Unreal, bro.
6:39, please.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's jumping from time to time, trying to confuse
And do
the
you see
jury.
something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
You're
Did
full
you
of
speak
shit.
to your sister about what happened?
You're a fucking liar.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview,
Get the
did
fuck
anybody
out
else
of my
come to the house?
face with that.
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
Quarterbacking a cover-up.
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one
Look at AJ.
knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
She's decorated
And
too.
so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I
Wrong.
sat there,
You're
I
wrong.
started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lank had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the
defense
state,
will call.
the state
call
police
Proctor.
came to give him a call.
And did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lank?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group, or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping.
Shut up.
And I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after,
that a-
approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Yeah.
Him and Trooper
Now
Buchanan?
explain
Yes.
why you went to his house.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
No shit. That's why you Googled how long to die in cold at
While you were
2:57
at home,
a.m.
did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday,
Danielle,
I did,
there's not a
yes.
schedule.
Sunday
It's
the
just
next
whenever
day?
Brennan
Yes,
is
it
done
was.
with his
Why did you go
bullshit
over to
questioning.
Meadows?
Then he
Carrie
crosses.
and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support
You
and
said
our
you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
You don't know what love
Were
is,
they
lady.
staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
Bullshit!
You
went in the house. You were there for an hour. Stop
I have
it.
a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Get the fuck out of my face.
When you
with
had a
that shit.
conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Yes,
Peg
Danielle,
had asked
thank you.
Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to stay in district. There is district evidence.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Well, no, because you knew Guadino would fucking get rid of anything incriminating on there. That's why you gave it up. You were assured that Guadino would have your phone and that he does this. And he would take care of it and you would be fine. That's why you
Yes,
gave
I
up your
do.
phone.
What is it?
Stop
That's
it.
my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. Moving in as exhibit, I do have objection.
Okay, I'll see what's on that.
Bro, this is fucking crazy. Like, yeah, I was cooperative. Of course you were cooperative. These cops were looking out for you. You had nothing to worry about. You're giving it up to the cops that are telling you, we're going to cover this up. We're going to make sure that everything works out. Of course you're going to give up your phone to those cops. Dude, this is the craziest shit in the world, bro. And she's lying. And Brennan is setting her up to lie. Like, Brennan is 100% part of this. Come on, like, you expect me to believe, dude, that they sat around and for innocent reasons put together a timeline of events? Get the fuck out of my face with that. You were coming up with a story. And yes, AJ will cross.
After that day,
It's
when
not
you met with
scheduled.
Ms.
It's
Roberts,
just whenever Brennan's done with his
and you try to
examination,
memorialize your
AJ will
memory about what
cross-examine
happened.
her.
After that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Here we go. Here we go, folks. Holy.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is Ken.
There's the man right there, y'all.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Ha!
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not.
That's stuff you testified to.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second.
That's stuff you testified to, stupid.
The timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
Right.
We talked about what happened that morning.
So
which would be reflected in her testimony.
Happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me,
hit the like, y'all.
It's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
Yeah, give her some
I would
hope.
say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean?
What does
Talk
that
about
mean?
your testimony?
Yeah.
No, we've discussed what happened that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my
The entire foundation for the jury is that she is a
and
liar.
then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So, for instance,
And
when
you're
you
trying
got
to
a
piss
phone
her
call
off.
at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, that she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her
Look at that fake
perception
smile.
and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Right.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just
just like
concerned with
girlfriends
asking
do.
you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This
There
case
you go.
traumatized us. So
And
it's a
talking
huge
about
part of our lives.
Traumatized.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh,
you.
it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay.
Did you get that court
It would be
reporter
impossible
traumatized our lives? Did
For
you
you
get that?
two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
He's
All
just
right,
not giving
I'm
her
gonna talk
any
about
room
the
to lie.
Time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During one or two of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one.
Of course he was.
Trooper Buchanan was there at one.
She almost said
The
Bukkake.
witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the third meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps,
Yes.
the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to,
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to
I-
stop you right there.
oh, okay,
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
okay,
You had a conversation
Wait,
last
what?
night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
okay.
So let's just
Why
leave
did
that
Bev
one out.
put a stop to
Uh,
that?
You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched-
Paper transcript, or
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No,
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No,
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No,
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
no,
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No,
Were there any
Bullshit.
sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
no, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30
yeah,
minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay,
but I was fairly quick, yes.
okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some Dashcam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at,
Um,
other than the dash cam video?
the pictures of John's house.
Okay, the same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together?
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, is a or was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes.
This is going to be fun.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are.
It's interesting that he's bringing up her
Right
dad.
now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that
All right.
set of
Yeah,
folks
he's
that I
building
just
up to
talked
the
about.
relationship
Chris
with
and Brian
Faulkner.
and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right? Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Right.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
Here we go.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Yeah. See, this is fun because Bev doesn't like this. This makes Bev uncomfortable. Why does this make Bev uncomfortable? Because there's connections with Bev to Chris Albert as well. Because for those of you who don't know, those of you who are new to the case, it's important to note that early on, 2 years ago, the defense filed a motion for Judge Beverly Cannoni to recuse herself from this case because someone claiming to be, I think it was a McCabe. It was a McCabe who referred to Judge Beverly Cannoni as Auntie Bev. That's why when you're in Turtle Boys chats, you'll hear them refer to, and you'll see a lot of people in this chat refer to Beverly Cannoni as Auntie Bev. Sean McCabe, thank you so much, Sean McCabe. And so, yeah, it was Sean McCabe. And what came to light was that, thanks to Turtle Boy, of course, and his investigations, what came to light was that Beverly Cannoni's brother defended Chris Albert about 20 years ago in a motor vehicle manslaughter charge because Chris Albert got drunk and killed a man with his vehicle. And so Beverly Cannoni's brother defended Chris Albert in that case. So when you see Beverly Cannoni trying to control this narrative right now that AJ's building up to, because what AJ's building up to now is he's going to confront Jennifer McCabe on being close to Michael Proctor and also having connections in the Canton Police Department because her brother-in-law is a Canton police officer. So, there's a whole web of people who this basically good old boy bullshit is what we like to call it in the South. Just Massachusetts version of it. That's what we got going on here.
So we'll see in about 20 minutes.
All right, so there's a 20-minute break.
Please
Now,
rise
I
for the
need to
jury.
know.
Jurors, right this way, please, with your notebooks and chairs.
Just remember what's what we want to do.
All right, I got that queued up there. Let's do this because this is driving me crazy. Now, this is the 911 call. This is the 911 call that was recorded. A lot of people don't realize this, but when Karen, Carrie, and Jenn McCabe pulled up to 34 Fairview and Karen spotted John's body laying in the snow, when this happened, the very moment this happened, Karen was on the phone trying to call John, find out where he was, hoping that he would pick up. Instead, his voicemail picks up. When she sees John laying in the snow, she drops her phone, leaves it in the car, runs out to try to save John. Now, John's voicemail is picking up what's going on inside the car. And what's going on inside the car is Jennifer McCabe is calling 911. This is the recording of that voicemail on John's phone of Jennifer McCabe calling 911.
Yes, I need someone to be 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow.
All right.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you,
With,
thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You can't hold on, but you can't really go. You can let you know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why. Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's the same call. It sounded different to me, but I had to check. I had to double check. But yeah, it's the same call. This is obviously John's voicemail. Now, since we're here, let's play this. Let's pay close attention to it.
Yeah, I don't know why it's again. I think we're dead. So, like, okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry. Yes, I need someone. John is 46 years old. I don't know. He got out of the car.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Sorry about that. So yeah, this is very important because this is not the actual 911 call recording. It is the 911 call that took place, but it's a recording picked up by John O'Keefe's voicemail. So we're going to hear certain things. If you have headphones like I have that cover your whole ears and have good sound, I recommend putting them on. If you have earbuds, make sure if you've got noise canceling headphones, even better. Because there's stuff at the end of this that's important to know.
And I couldn't get off. Carrie?
It's interesting that she says a man passed out in the snow and she knows that he's 46 years old, but never identifies him as a police officer.
I don't. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know.
Now, here's where you want to listen real close. Because the 911 call is done. Right there, she says something. If you have noise canceling headphones, even better. I'm going to keep playing it over and over again. It sounds like she's saying, "Are you coming out to help? Is someone coming out to help?" Okay, so that's it. Now, it's very, very important to note that when you hear her say, "Is someone coming out to help?" or "Are you coming out to help?" when she says this, there is on her phone call log at the very same time after the 911 call hangs up. Okay? After the 911 call hangs up. This is the 911 call is 6:03. She's on the call for 3 minutes and 32 seconds. After that call hangs up, she gets on the phone with her sister. Okay? 6:07 and 42 seconds. She gets on the phone with her sister, Nicole, Brian Albert's wife, the owner of 34 Fairview, who she claims is asleep. Nicole says she's asleep. Brian says he was asleep. Jenn says they were asleep. But she makes this phone call at 6:07 and 42 seconds. Nicole Albert picks up the phone. Okay? Answers the phone. Okay? I'm looking at it right here, folks. answers the phone. Okay, here it is. 911 call, 3 minutes, 32 seconds. Then 607:42 outgoing call to Nicole Albert. Is it answered? Yes. The length of time, 9 seconds. And it's deleted. Why is it deleted? Now, this isn't a Google search. It's a phone call. A lot of phone calls were deleted. A lot of texts were deleted. This is Jennifer McCabe's call log. All of these deleted calls. All of these are deleted calls. See all these yeses right here? All deleted. Okay? Now, during testimony in the first trial, Jennifer McCabe claims that she never called her sister. And Nicole says that she never spoke to her sister either. They're both saying that they never talked to each other. Yet Jennifer McCabe's call log states that she was on the phone with her sister for 9 seconds right after that 911 call. And we heard on that 911 recording that was not on the 911 recording. It was on John O'Keefe's voicemail that picked up because Karen left her phone in the car when she ran outside to try to save his life. And we hear Jenn McCabe say something to the effect of, "Is someone coming out to help?" That indicates A, she's lying, according to this call log here. A, she's lying. B, she could have ran into that house at any given time. Why didn't she run into the house? The only reason that she wouldn't, the only reason that makes sense is because she already knew what happened to John. She already knew Brian and Nicole's involvement in it and was trying to avoid any connection to them, to what's happening in their front lawn as much as they can. She was trying to play defense. She was trying to play interference between the Alberts and what was happening in their lawn. She wanted to maintain a buffer zone, for lack of a better term, between the Alberts and what was happening in their lawn. Jenn McCabe, absolutely, the evidence dictates that Jenn McCabe spoke to her sister for 9 seconds after that 911 call. We have audio evidence of it, and we have the call log that says so. Why didn't she go in the house? Let me just refresh it. There we go. I mean, you take that's the evidence that matters. But you also take into account the fact that Brian and Nicole Albert claimed to be asleep during all of this commotion. Brian, a trained first responder, an experienced detective, an experienced cop for the Boston Police Department. Boston is a major city. This is not someone to be a successful streetwise cop in the city of Boston who works fugitive apprehension. That means he has to think like a criminal. You're going to tell me a guy with those kind of instincts slept through all of that commotion going on in his own front fucking lawn? No way. No way. It's unbelievable that this is happening. Like, the fact that that even got past the first trial is beyond me. But, I mean, there's a 20-minute sidebar going on here. This isn't even like the morning recess, I don't think. Maybe it is. I don't know. But they're discussing, like, what can be discussed and what can't be. But it is imperative that the jury know how close law enforcement is with the McAlberts. It is imperative. Dude, I know. I said fucking 20 minutes, dude. The fuck are you talking about? You lay off the weed. I fucking said 20 minutes. Like, yeah, I mean, I was just trying to assess what time it was. If it was like time for the morning break, I felt like it was too early, but I know that she said that it was going to be 20 minutes. So, yeah, like, this is fucking infuriating, bro. Like, I Jackson is foaming at the mouth right now. And it's crazy. Like, this is not an easy thing for this is not an easy thing for Jackson to accomplish here. Like, he has to touch this with kid gloves. It's very, very, very important that he does this the way that he does it, because he can't just attack her. The jury doesn't know her like we know her. You know what I mean? He can't just attack her. So, like, you know, he has to, like, and he has to build up. Like, he has to paint a picture for the jury so that the jury sees that she's a liar before he starts asking her the hard questions.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Captain Skidmarks, thank you. There's a dead police officer on the lawn of a guy's house who hunts dangerous criminals, but Lank sends in an unarmed soccer mom first. Right. Run in the house and wake the guy up. Because that's not shady as fuck. And it's not shady that it also happens to be one of the first responders, one of the first people to go into the house when Sandra Birchmore was murdered. And then it ended up being ruled a suicide. Because that's just coincidence too, right? Yeah, for real. Like, an unarmed soccer mom, bro. I just can't imagine a jury looking at that. Like, I'm telling you, watching Ronnie, when I see Ronnie on people's YouTube channels and on fucking news stations and shit, I get pissed. I get pissed because I like the fear is that there's 12 motherfuckers just like him. You know what I mean? Or 11 other motherfuckers just like him. That shit scares the shit out of me. Oh, well, you know, we were told to just ignore them as distractors. So, you know, we ignore them as distractors. Bro. No, dude. Like, this stuff is exculpatory, bro. This is not just distractors. This stuff is exculpatory. The person who is a star witness is a fucking liar. Like, that's what's frustrating is like I can tell when somebody's a fucking flat out liar. I have thousands of people watching this who know when they see a fucking liar. And the thought that a juror is going to be like Ronnie and be like, I don't know. We were told that they were going to be distractors, so we just looked them as distractors. That's all. That's the defense, dude. That's called reasonable doubt, you dumb shit. That's what you're told to look for. Unreal, dude.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare
Decline. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and keeping it real. It gets so hard listening to so many lies. It really does, dude. It really does. I mean, yeah, that's what's going to end up happening. That's what I'm saying is watch. Krusty's going to go to jail, dude. Sectional Kate is going to go to jail. That's what's going to happen. Like, now it's been outed that she is an agent working for the Commonwealth in consorting efforts to railroad both Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. And she's going to get thrown under the bus because she's a fucking nobody. She's an expendable fucking piece of shit. And that's all that's what's going to happen. So Jenn McCabe is testifying today because this is much bigger than Krusty Panties. And what's going to end up happening is Krusty Panties is just going to get thrown in jail, and they're going to be like, how could we be protecting her, and how could she be working with us if she's in jail? She broke the law, so she's in jail. What do you mean? That's what they're going to do. Donkey's Noggin, thank you so much. If I buy a couch, would you give up Bob Alessi? If I buy you a couch, will you give up Bob Alessi? I don't get it, but thank you. Yeah, these people don't give a fuck about Kate Peter. These people don't give a fuck about her. Like, and really, what has she done? You know what I mean? Like, what has she done? All she's done is make herself look stupid. Dude, look at Nurse Kim, bro. Like, let's look up Nurse Kim's fucking channel right now, bro. Like, dude, Nurse Kim is up to almost 16,000 subs. Let me see something here real quick.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much. That is where a great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million.
I need that guy to shut up. So listen, dude. Ever since Nurse Kim started showing up on court TV, okay, look at her This is the month of April. Look at the spike in her subscribers. Okay? Look at the spike in Nurse Kim's subscriber count right here. This is the views. Look at that spike. Right? No, this is awesome for Nurse Kim. Now, hold on. Let me try something here. Dude, what the fuck, dude? Hold on. It's not. Now, for a minute there, Plevin had a spike. But this is Plevin. Look at Plevin. He's on Court TV almost regularly, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Do you know why that is? Do you know why that is? The reason for that is because nobody gives a fuck about anything that Plevin says. It doesn't matter the kind of exposure you get. It matters what you say. Nurse Kim goes on Court TV and makes sense. And she kicks ass. Right? Plevin goes on Court TV, sounds like an asshole, and nobody gives a fuck. National television, and it did nothing for his channel. Nothing. And every time Vinnie Politan throws him a bone, Vinnie Politan goes, YouTuber Kevin Lenahan and Yellow Cottage Tails. I mean, he does it all the time, right? But no spike in Plevin's content, no spike in Plevin's subscriber count. Why? Because Plevin doesn't make sense. He's full of shit. People can sense that. And he was the strongest thing coming from any of this. What has Kate Peter done? What has Kate Peter done? Other than make the Commonwealth look even worse. Look at the type of people that have become these so-called Justice for John O'Keefe people. These people dox, they lie, they harass, they do dirty, disgusting shit. And they do it in the name of the Commonwealth. They do it in the name of Karen Reed's so-called guilt. But look at the type of people they are, dude. Look at the fucking, you got your Kim Fairs, your Wendy Murphys, your Jennifer Coffendoffers. You know what I mean? A bunch of fucking scumbag piece of shit idiots. Not only are they scumbag pieces of shit, but they're morons too. I mean, there's no escaping that. So when I tell you that Kate Peter means fucking dick all to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that's what she is. Now that it's known that she's sharing screenshots of text messages between her and Carrie Roberts to some neighbor of hers. I mean, dude. The Commonwealth is going to look at Kate Peter now like a fucking leper. And she's going to get thrown under the bus. Absolutely compromised, Microdots. She's going to get thrown under the bus and under the fucking jail. All of those pending charges. And she's been acting like, hey, haha, nothing's going to happen to me because the Commonwealth has my back. Not anymore. Not anymore. You think they're going to protect you still? If I were you, I would reach out to Aiden's attorneys, Kate Peter. If I were you, that's what I would do. I would reach out to Aiden's attorneys and see if there's something that you could offer. But I don't think there is. I mean, they're defense attorneys. I mean, they can't protect you. Maybe they can. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But if I were you, I would reach out to Aiden's attorneys and find out what your options are, because your options are gone with the Commonwealth. I guarantee you that you've been blackballed. I guarantee it, Kate Peter. I guarantee you've been blackballed. Yeah, she never really had any to begin with, did she? She never really had any to begin with. And now you've got someone who on a sworn affidavit is claiming that she's bragging, that Kate Peter is bragging about doing whatever she wants. The Commonwealth is going to protect her and not hold her accountable and allow her to operate with impunity when it comes to trying to railroad Turtle Boy and Karen Reed and have their bail revoked and have them jailed. So if I were you, Kate Peter, I would try to contact Tim Bradle or Mark Betterow and just see if you have options. See if there's options, because you're going to go to fucking jail. Guaranteed. I don't know. Has it been 20 minutes yet? It hasn't even been 20 minutes yet, I don't think. Yeah, Kate Peter is the one they call Krusty. Morrissey's not going to protect her. Morrissey has no reason to protect her anymore. Morrissey's not going to want to have anything to do. Morrissey's going to want to distance himself from her. Because if she's not held accountable for the shit that she's been doing, then it's going to confirm that she is in Michael Morrissey's pocket. That's going to be confirmation. If Kate Peter continues to not be jailed for the offenses that she's continued to violate, dude, even Lauren Murray has a protective order against Kate Peter that she's repeatedly violated. And it's really funny too, because we heard during the voir dire of Dr. Wolf and how he was explaining how his family has endured harassment, threats, doxing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that witness intimidation? Why has nobody been charged with intimidating the Wolf family for simply doing their job and testifying to their own findings? Why? Why have no charges been brought up against those very people who have doxed them and harassed them? Because I guarantee you that Kate Peter had some sort of hand in all that. Guaranteed. Coffindoffer doxed him on X. We also know that Coffindoffer is a mouthpiece for Michael Morrissey. We've seen the emails. I love this guy right here. This guy's such a fucking douchebag. The judge cleared the courtroom and is talking to lawyers and family only, and you're droning about Kate. Yeah, I'm droning about fucking Kate because we can't really fucking hear what's going on with the lawyers and the family, can we, dickhead? Because I'm looking at a goddamn fan. Dumb shit. Like, don't be thick in my chat, bro. Seriously. Like, we don't have a lot of patience for stupidity here. Oh, so I took my stab at TikTok, bro. I'm going to try to start making TikTok videos to see, like, if they pick up or whatever. I mean, I figured, fuck it, why not, right? So, yeah, follow me on TikTok, I guess. Or don't. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, so let's check Twitter real quick. I love Bettero. Bettero tweeted 26 minutes ago. Lawyers always tell witnesses the importance of maintaining the same demeanor on direct and cross. It took Jenn McCabe about 2 minutes to toss that aside. Yeah, Joe Flipperhead's killing me, bro. Joe Flipperhead's. Did this bitch just say a car repairman? Oh my God, Tawanda.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
What's up, Tawanda? Long time. Thank you so much. The Real Patriot. Hey, buddy, you're doing a great job. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So a little update on Larry Foreman. So as you guys know, Larry Foreman, the DUI guy, is representing Bayo, the YouTuber that got arrested for violating the buffer zone. And I love it. So he says, well, the ball is rolling. Massachusetts State Police is officially on notice that I represent Bayo, and I hope we can get Bayo a fair statement quickly and easily. I highly doubt that people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts are going to tolerate long and protected litigation on Bayo's case by Massachusetts State Police dragging their feet in denial of any liability. Trooper Hardman's assault of Bayo was offensive, unnecessary, and could have been easily avoided had Trooper Mike Hardman showed the minimal amount of restraint, which he failed to do. Now he must pay for his wrong actions. I love that shit. Love it. Wait, let's see. Hold on. Let's check this out. This is something that Olivia posted from Andrea Burkhart's stream.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? You talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, "Yeah, I got a phone call as well."
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. You've talked about what you discussed.
Listen to that again.
You talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my I got a phone call.
That's my story.
Call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, "Yeah, I got a phone call as well."
I love
That's
it. I
got a phone call in the morning, and then moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my I got a phone call.
Do you see Andrea Burkhart's face right there? She goes
in the morning, and then Carrie can say, "Yeah, I got a phone call as well."
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
Bro, but you said it was your story, so shut up. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Let's see what we got here. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's see what Jess Machado's saying. All right. So, good morning from Norfolk. So that's 2 hours ago. Yeah. Oh, this was 4 minutes. Okay. We are all just waiting. This is odd and not something that has ever happened before. Okay. Trying to be a bit more clear, there was a regular break around the time that should have been over. The court called family back in with counsel. About 5 minutes after that, they told everyone waiting in the hall to move downstairs. What is going on? What is going on? That's bizarre. Okay. Yeah, let me check Ted. See what he's saying. What's Ted saying? Ted says, there was a private meeting in the courtroom with Judge Cannoni, the prosecution, defense, and members of the O'Keefe and Reed families. I'm told everyone else was asked to leave for the courtroom for that. I will let you know if we learn what it was about. So still nothing. So this is interesting. We don't know what's going on, folks. We don't know what's going on. So let's just wait. I mean, like, it wasn't anything like a bomb threat, because why would the family be in the courtroom? You know what I'm saying? So you got the lawyers and the family, both families, in the courtroom right now. Everyone who was waiting outside, they were told to go downstairs and wait, probably because it got too crowded. I would assume it's just too crowded, too noisy at the top of those stairs. There is another courtroom right there. There's also a holding area, probably disturbing to the people who are in holding. I'm just thinking out loud here as to why they moved everybody. But why did they move everyone out of the courtroom? Why not? Why wouldn't Bev say, all right, I'll see both families in counsel in my chambers or in this other room? Why make everyone else leave? That's weird. Yeah, both families, Karen's family and the O'Keefes. Why would Turtle Boy's hearing have anything to do with it? I'm not imagining a scenario where Turtle Boy's existence would merit everyone leaving the courtroom. You know? See something here real quick. Okay. I was looking over on Annie's channel to see let me give Annie a little tid. No, it's not a mistrial. I don't think it's a mistrial. Couldn't be. Couldn't be. Is Ted Daniel. Yeah, Annie doesn't know the ins and outs. So I'm trying to like help her. Okay. So she knows to look at Twitter for Ted Daniel and Jess Machado. Okay, so she's probably texting somebody now to try to find out what's going on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, all right. Now she's on Twitter, so she's caught up. Good. I'll refresh Ted, see what we got going on. Huh. Where are you reading that, Keith? So Keith is saying Paul O'Keefe, I guess that's a tweet, but whose tweet is that? Paul O'Keefe went into the DA's office with Brennan. Both have left the office and Brennan went upstairs. Okay. Thank you, Paranoha 7. Someone just said on Mel streams, DA is in the courthouse. Oh, so Michael Morrissey is in the courthouse? Okay, so it was Jess. Let me see. Okay, Paul O'Keefe is in the district attorney's office here downstairs, according to Jess Machado. I'm hearing a bunch of different things, but can't confirm. Okay. So, yeah. Defense appears. What? Okay, hold on. I think we might be coming back, folks. Let me just get this live. All right.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about
Jackson
some
seems
of the
chipper.
familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
So you've been interviewed many times.
Dude, lady,
by
stop it.
different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it
Get
was
the
having
fuck out of
something to
here.
do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However,
Yeah, she thought the
After they
cops were
said-
salesmen. I love it.
sorry, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to
soon
10 minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police.
Oh,
correct?
shit.
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Feds. Not
Yes,
troopers,
brief,
not
yes.
Canton.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Before leaving, however,
What?
those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Holy fucking
Yes.
shit.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct?
Holy fucking shit, lady.
At that moment.
What?
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the feds have entered the chat. And she shut down.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
She shut down the interview with the feds. Not Massachusetts State Police, not Canton Police Department. He shuts it down. She calls Carrie before the interview starts. Tells the feds she needs 10 minutes to get ready. Calls Carrie Roberts. Then feels uncomfortable with the interview and ends it. Kicks him out of her house.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report.
This is fucking wild, dude.
Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of
She's
4.
trying to look as innocent
Starting
as
at the
possible
second to
right
last
now.
Full paragraph going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Bro, lady, you're killing me right now.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that.
Oh my
for just
God,
a
the
quick
feds
second.
are here.
One of the first calls you made after being contacted by this other these other law enforcement officers from a different agency. One of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
Oops.
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
Turbulence in the chat.
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
my, that was my
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these
What did you tell
law
the
enforcement
feds?
officers
Is what you
from this
called her
different
for.
agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter our
asked yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes
Yes
or
or
no?
no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
no.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was your
correct.
intent.
I called to ask
You
her
wanted
if they
to
had
find
been
out
there.
what
Yes.
she
So that
told
was your
them.
intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's
So-
it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than
ask.
that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish
Why?
that.
There's
Why let her
nothing
finish
more
that
than me
bullshit?
calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you were telling is just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her.
Exactly.
There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
That was on next page, though.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
Why not? Why not?
Well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh,
So
shit.
when you said no to the answer. Did
You
contact
lied.
anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No. You're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement
Don't say
agency.
agents.
contacted
Say
you.
agency.
Sorry.
It's a little
They
obvious,
asked you
AJ.
Who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So
Wow.
I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's,
non-responsive.
so next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms.
We
McCabe,
don't give a fuck about
after
that.
you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Oh,
Yes,
shit.
I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So
Oh,
sustained.
shit.
Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we approach?
Next, yes.
Yo, like, Bev does not like this shit at all, people. Right now, just in case you're joining us right now, dude, the feds, this conversation never came up in the first trial. This never happened as far as we were concerned. I never knew Jenn McCabe talked to the feds. So according to this testimony so far, the feds contacted her via telephone, said they were coming over to ask her questions. within a 10-minute window of them calling and coming over, she said, I need 10 minutes to get ready. She called Matt McCabe. She called Carrie Roberts. Turns out she called someone else. Probably her lawyer. If I had to guess, it was our friend, Mr. Kevin Reddington. Now, if that's the case, so far, every time Jackson has asked her a direct question about this, she's danced around it or flat out lied about it. And then Jackson was able to prove that she lied. So now she's using an excuse. Well, honestly, you know, I hadn't brushed my teeth and blah, blah, blah. No. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that, lady. Answer the questions, period. And now, like, this is the most we've heard Bev or seen Bev give when it comes to the federal investigation that took place. And so now we know that the feds talked to Jenn McCabe. And we know that Jenn McCabe, besides everything that I just talked about, Jenn McCabe also got uncomfortable, allegedly, and ended the interview, kicked them out of her house. Then Matt McCabe panics, tells Jenn, you need to call them back because you lied to them. Why? What did she lie to them about? And why is Brennan so... Yeah, this is crazy, dude. This is so fucking crazy.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bev's pissed, dude.
You
Look at her.
ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted.
Okay, so no, the 10-minute window was after they showed up. She made
I
them wait
contacted
outside.
Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes, no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office.
Oh,
correct?
shit.
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself.
Oh,
correct?
shit.
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some
Get the fuck
reason
outta here. Come
that was
on.
important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
Get the
And
fuck
all of a
out of
sudden, you had an
here.
epiphany right after they walked out the door.
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going on.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins
You think
showed
they're
up,
Greek?
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and
The
Miss
shank
Reed
of the evening.
showed up as well.
You see
Yes.
these little
You didn't
subliminal
see
games
any
he's
tension
playing?
at all between John O'Keefe
Little
and Karen
prison reference?
that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
The shank of the evening.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves, and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table, sort of together, through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the first part is all touch each other. Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking you how you remember. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really
how do you feel like loved it? I want to ride that horse again sometime.
Guys,
Ooh,
I don't even
yeah.
know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see them.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about.
Oh, in the
let's talk
video.
about Brian and
Not
Brian, right?
you were there.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
Different guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're a
You
fucking
didn't even see it on
liar.
video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night, correct?
Yes.
The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John
Jackson
were
is
going to be in
brilliant.
the
What he's
bar.
doing right now is
in there
brilliant.
Still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your, I'll take care of the rest. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
actually.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night?
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Assistant.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
hmm
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
What
But
do you
Brian Albert
mean?
did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come,
And he was
yes.
inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah, we were all there in the
And then
kitchen.
obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right, not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank.
Oops.
Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Terry about Jenn. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened. Questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That
you
was
were
my
not
family.
sequestered in your interview.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody.
Yeah,
well,
there is.
Notwithstanding what you
To
think
get a
was the reason,
statement.
you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no,
not a trained investigator.
no,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually if anybody was separated in that house.
Right.
Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
She's showing that she's a control freak. She's showing the jury this.
Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are. I'm asking you
Right.
whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement.
Keep talking, lady.
Before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Did you separate it or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by
But
himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Right.
Yes, Brian was in the house for the interview.
Thank you.
Like, why?
You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April.
Yes,
How many
yes.
grand juries did you
Yes.
go to? Did you
Yeah,
have to
sounds
testify?
about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an
An
anteroom?
anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes,
The one she admitted to lying at when she testified here. Can't wait to hear this.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
we did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after
Murdered.
the timeline was created, correct?
Yes,
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah,
70-pounder.
I don't know its
Wow,
weight.
that is a big dog.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
it's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
Clover's just shy of 60 pounds.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
Here we go.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
Why
There
didn't
had been
Chloe
relative
bark?
chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts screaming back at her,
Yes,
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes.
Right. And
You indicated that when you went through their
this dog didn't bark?
bedroom door, you sort
Okay.
of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
But you were saying it not either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole,
Right.
get up.
Why didn't Chloe bark?
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
There it
I don't
is.
recall seeing the dog.
So,
But the dog was in the bedroom, according to
according
Brian
to
and
you,
Nicole.
to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you
dog.
ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Objection.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
And here come the phone
When you
records.
looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry, lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I
That's
looked
exactly
at.
what he's implying.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there. To the left, sorry.
All right, so the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with us inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't, what happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mayor,
Okay.
take a look at that transcript, that column. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself.
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to side?
Sorry, guys. I'm like, I'm like, texting with someone here and trying to like, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, now we're getting into the call logs. This is going to be fun. Because she's going to have to explain why a 6:07 and 42 second AM phone call to Nicole Albert was answered and lasted 9 seconds and then was deleted. Because in the last trial, she absolutely denied. She said emphatically, I did not talk to my sister Nicole. I did not delete any text messages or phone calls. Looked right at the jury and said this. But yet in her call log, it comes up as deleted. And yet at the end of that 911 call, we hear her asking someone after the 911 call ends that coordinates the time with when she talked to Nicole Albert, according to her call log, asking something to the effect of, are you coming here? Are you coming out to help? Or is someone coming out to help? Wow. I was about to look something up and I can't remember what it was. That's going to drive me crazy. All right.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Yeah, either Matt cleaned her phone or Guadino did, or they thought they did, but they didn't very well.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection. Asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
No, I mean, that's her job as the judge. Like, if that was her answer and he's trying to get her to repeat the answer, like, that could be, jury manipulation, and, that's her job to keep that in check. I'm not defending her. I'm just saying not every single thing Bev does is nefarious,
Mr. McCabe,
guys,
having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Mr.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes, something
And it
similar.
was it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside.
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm asking.
Not according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but.
Okay.
It's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you a question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Ryan Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mm-hmm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is to the left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
And I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Ryan Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck?
Now, Jackson, what he's doing here is genius.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't, and I'm telling you,
He's wearing her
exactly
down.
what I saw. It was
She's
dark.
an
It was
addict. She's
Karen's
getting
car
antsy.
there,
She wants to go
and
out
in my
and have a
peripheral
bump.
vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
And he's wearing her
that's the
down
last
so
question.
she
We're gonna
gets
break.
irritable.
All right, jurors.
He wants her irritable so that he can get under her skin and break her.
Follow up right behind the jurors and we'll stay up here in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, so that's it for lunch. Now they're gonna come back at 2:00 after lunch or 1:30. Don't they do 30-minute breaks now? Isn't it just like 30 minutes now? I don't know, but they're breaking for lunch. Turtle Boy's hearing starts at 2. I may cancel that because I don't want to miss the rest of Jenn McCabe's cross-examination. So I do apologize if you're looking forward to that. There's going to be other channels that I think are going to be streaming it, but yeah, Turtle Boy's bail may be revoked. All right, well, we'll switch back and forth and we'll keep checking it and seeing what's going on. This is going to turn out to be a crazy day, folks. A crazy day. You want to drop in on these idiots? See what they're saying?
SUV, and then there's a gigantic cement truck perpendicular partially in my driveway. I don't know if you saw this post.
No.
I didn't hear a thing. What had happened was the cement truck had hit the Tesla, and they got up.
Here's the channel where all of the Commonwealth public relations agents gather. You've got Krusty Panties, you've got Clueless Millennial here, you've got some other dickhead, I don't know, and Twattendoffer.
Anyway, the police come, there's this huge chase. All this is going on in front of my house. I didn't hear any of it, and I was wide awake and literally way less of a distance than.
Well, 2 bottles of white wine will do that shit. Fucking Twattendoffer.
Into the kitchen. I looked out my window that I heard or saw anything. And then, of course, I went out and talked to everybody. But I'm just trying to bring out the point that it truly, truly is hard to hear when you're at another part of your house and you're not anticipating anything.
Bro, dude, So here she is making excuses for Brian Albert for not hearing fire trucks, Karen Reed screaming, being a cop and not hearing Karen Reed screaming, Carrie Roberts telling her to shut the fuck up, sirens, lights coming through the fucking windows. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
There's not as much space between houses by far, or even the street as Fairview, and you're like, oh wow, the lights are on. There's an ambulance there for a neighbor across the street or something. Didn't wake me up. Had no idea, right? Like I mean, that happens all the time. That's why they don't use sirens in residential areas unless they have to.
Oh no, they don't use sirens to.
Did you guys think she held up great, or?
They don't use sirens. So Krusty Panties here is sitting here saying that they don't use sirens in residential areas unless they have to. They wouldn't have to for a cop who's incapacitated on a lawn. That doesn't take priority. You don't think that they would turn on their sirens to make sure people get the fuck out of the way so they can go save a life? That doesn't happen. They don't have to. That counts as not having to. Like, it's just so funny to listen to an idiot that I know is about to go to jail sit here and still make excuses for the Commonwealth and their bullshit. Motion to revoke Turtle Boy's bail. There's a motion to revoke Turtle Boy's bail. Okay. Let's look into that.
But I think that's what's really gonna resonate.
All right. Shut up. Idiot. All right, let's see. It's Bettero. I love Bettero, bro. He's not even holding back anymore. The no brush teeth defense to lying to the feds. Didn't see that coming. Bro. All right, let's see. Is Aiden saying anything about? He's saying, I see Aaron O'Keefe is back in court today. I wonder if Paul told her what what the signal was today. Wasn't it this? It was this, right? Wow. I don't who's posting about Aiden's bail being revoked. Like, I don't know. What do you guys where are you guys getting this shit from? All right. Just Machado. Got it. Let's find out. The Aiden Carney hearing is scheduled an hour from now in the courtroom across the hall. That was 13 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago, the questioning regarding the setup of 3 vehicles out in front of 34 Fairview, note taker making nothing about that. Nothing Jess Machado is saying about Aiden's bail being revoked. There's nothing about it from Jess Machado. So unless it's in like the replies or something. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Bro, I just logged onto it. What are you talking about? Refresh and look again. Yeah, the Aiden Carney hearing is scheduled an hour from now in the courtroom across the hall. That's all it says. That's it. Doesn't say shit about no fucking bail revocation. Oh my God, it's in the comments. I check the comments. That's why I hate Twitter sometimes, dude. Yeah, no, I see. We are going to lunch. What happened to bail revocation thread? What happened to the bail revocation thread? Somebody's asking what happened to the bail revocation thread. So it's gone, which means that it's probably bullshit. So it's probably bullshit. Dude, I just looked. Don't tell me to look again because I just refreshed it. And I'm looking and I'm reading a fucking tweet right here that says, what happened to the bail revocation thread from 4 minutes ago? So there is no bail revocation thread. It was probably okay. So they filed a motion. I'm reviewing docs now. Right. So it's a screenshot of it, but it's not there anymore, which tells me like that they're probably not gonna do it. I don't know. But I wonder why. I wonder why they're going to revoke his bail, or they're trying to revoke his bail. I wonder what the reason for it is. Cherry, see if you can get that motion, please. Do what you can to get that motion for me. If it's a thing, I would really appreciate it. Oh, because of his because he was live last night and he said stuff about Tully. Does anybody have a timestamp on that? We'll watch that. I mean, we got lunch, so we might as well. Well, let's find out, man. All right. Okay, so when was it? Can somebody give me a timestamp in which video it was? Because I have last night's pulled up back here. And then he said he wanted Tully to die a painful death. Okay, so where? I want to hear it. And I want to know where to find it. Okay, so 2 nights ago. And it was live on YouTube, right? So the one with Ian Whiffen, right? Okay. Oh, it's titled. The subjects are titled. All right. I don't even need a timestamp, I don't think. That's crazy.
It's funny. This is a true story. There's a turtle writer out there named Brian Tully. Okay. And so Brian Tully,
I was in the chat for this. I remember this.
Messages me yesterday, and he's like, "Hey, so my name's Brian Tully, and I got sometimes people email me thinking I'm Brian Tully, like that Brian Tully." And so he got CC'd on this email the other day complaining about me. You guys want to read it? You guys see this email. You got to see this shit. Okay. So he claims that. All right. So this is the email. All right. All right. So this is from turtleboyexposed at gmail.com. Mr. Tully, I am writing because Aiden Carney did a live video on YouTube on 4/26/25 that I felt you should be aware of what he stated. These people are such little snitches. Like, they're such little bitches, huh? Little hall monitor motherfuckers. Like, this is all they do. This is real life. Sitting there being like, Brian Tully, did you hear what Turtle Boy said about you? Yeah, I said that that if Brian Tully died in a fire, I would like get erect from that. Because I would. And yeah, it's like, that doesn't mean that I am threatening Brian Tully or I think anyone should hurt him. I don't.
This is what they're using. This is what they're fucking using. Dude, get the fuck out of here.
I don't. I'm just saying, you know, like for instance, Brian Riccio died last year from something. I don't know what it was. And I'm like, that's fucking awesome. Like the day that Brian Riccio died was such a great day. Because Brian Riccio was just such a worthless, evil, despicable maggot that the second that he stopped breathing the same air as me was like a gift from fucking God. Like, I'm so glad he's dead. And so is everyone else. I'm so glad. Like, every day I wake up and Brian Riccio's dead.
I'll play that after
I'm like,
this.
oh, it's a good day. Riccio's dead. Oh, fucking on. That's why he didn't even have an obituary. Nobody went to his funeral. Nothing. He's dead.
This motherfucker, bro. Yo, Bradle and fucking Bettero, dude, have got their hands full, man. Let me tell you. Like, God bless Bradle and Bettero, dude. I love Aiden, man, but he definitely makes some work for their money.
Dead, and it's fucking awesome that he's dead. So, like, Tully's the same thing. It's like if Tully died tomorrow, I'm like, that's fucking great news. That's great. That's fucking great. That's not saying that I want to kill Brian Tully or I'm gonna hurt Brian Tully. I'm not gonna do any of that shit. I'm just saying, if he died a painful, slow death tomorrow, I would be like, okay, good start to the day. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There's not a threat. It's just saying, and guess what? All these motherfuckers out here crying about this shit would fucking love it if I died. They would love it.
I mean,
not a single one of them would be like, that's so sad. Leaves behind 2 children. And you know, big family and all these, but none of them would think that. They'd all be like, yes.
The McAlberts would throw a fucking block party, bro. Stop it. Dude, if Aiden died right now, bro, the McAlberts would be fucking throwing a fucking party. Stop it. Like, literally, they would throw a party. I guarantee they would. I guarantee it.
Turtle Boy's dead. They would be so fucking happy about it. So, like, all these crying ass bitches out here would do the same fucking thing. If Karen Reed died, if I died, they would fucking love it. So,
right.
Get out. Nobody's buying your faux outrage. But anyway, this is how these are sick people, though. So they don't.
All right. So let's check the other video, the one that's in question, right? Let's check that shit. What's the video in question? Is it named? Let's see. Who's Krusty Panties? Failed indictment. He's got great mods because they title like subjects, or unless it's like automatic. Failed the. He's like talks about King Peter a lot. Okay, so does anybody have a timestamp for that one? I have that 4 days ago one pulled up. I have that right now pulled up. What's the timestamp? Anybody have that? I've seen what Krusty said about his mom. I remember that. Yeah. That was really fucked up. Affidavit Lally and Foreman, who is Krusty Panties. Don't know reading questions. Affidavit Jenn McCabe. Get rid of phone, manila envelope. Failed bail revocation. Okay, I have the video. I don't need the video. I need the timestamp where he's supposedly threatening or whatever allegedly to Brian Tully. Anybody have a timestamp? That would be awesome if somebody had a timestamp. $22-minute mark? 22-minute mark. All right.
Found a way. She found a way. She did it. So congratulations to Peggy. Okay. Next up, Russell Jones sends $25 and goes, thank you and Richie for finally saving me so much time explaining details to all the sheep. Framed 2 is awesome. Was actually Laura from London, who was the biggest part of that. I obviously wrote the script and I read it, but she did the editing, which took a couple weeks, and it was phenomenal. So thank you, Laura from London. Then thank you, Russell. Mary Pat sends $10, goes, thanks for your outstanding reporting. Right on, Dr. Turtle Boy. Well, thank you.
I'm at the 24
Julie sends
minute
$10
mark.
and goes, Dr.
So-
Daddy, slay it up. Will do. Don't know what that means, but I plan on doing it. Emily sends $5, goes, I find it so funny how much the McAlberts have tried to take you down and in turn, it has completely blown up in their faces. Their efforts have completely backfired. Let's fuck. It has. I mean, I don't know. There's a saying that we used to say back in the day, don't poke the turtle. But apparently these people didn't get the message. So they fucked around and they found out, didn't they? So thank you, Emily. Kristen sends $25 and goes, love you, Turtle Boy. Since Proctor's texts were recovered, was his location also, like when he left the Sallyport, would it show he went straight to 34 Fairview? Is it documented he was at 34 Fairview shortly before the tailgate was discovered? No, he wasn't at Fairview at all, which is weird that they would admit that, because it's like you didn't go to the crime scene and you assessed that she did it already. He didn't need to go there. He did not do this alone.
Mark.
Proctor did not do this alone. He had a famous. So good job for all the wrong reasons. Okay, thank you. Tiny Elvis sends $10, goes, the defense needs to hammer Tully on the stand this trial.
Okay, here we
He
go.
is literally involved in every aspect of the case. I agree. Tully is the mastermind of all this shit. Fuck that corrupt piece of shit. It pisses me off that he gets away with this shit. Fuck him. He was rehomed, but he's still involved in my case and tried to have me locked up again last month. He can go get fucked. Him and his stupid wife and his stupid family. I hope they all fucking die in a fire.
That's what this is about. It's not that he said these things about Tully. It's that he fucking dared Tully. That's what this is about. This is a fucking pissing contest on Tully's part. I see what you're doing, you fucking bald fuck. Look at this.
Get fucked. He's still involved in. Pisses me off that he gets away with this shit.
Look,
him. He was rehomed, but he's still involved in my case and tried to have me locked up again last month. He can go get fucked. Him and his stupid wife and his stupid.
He tried to have me locked up, basically like he failed. Him and his stupid wife, and he got personal, and Tully fucking got butthurt about it.
Family. I hope they all fucking die in a fire. Fuck them. Next up, not that anyone, that's not a threat. It's just what I hope for. You know what I mean? I would, if
It's true. Like, that was not a threat. It was just like, dude, like, he fantasizes about watching the motherfucker burn up in a fire, bro. Like, listen, okay. Let's play this out for a second, and then I'll rant about it for a minute.
If I found out tomorrow that Brian Tully was burned alive in the most painful way possible, I would be so happy. Like, that would be awesome. That'd be great. I hope he dies. Like, I hope pain and misery happens to him after what he's done to me, what he's done to Karen Reed, what he's done to my children. Like, I really fucking hope, like, I would get so fucking hard if you told me Brian Tully died in a car accident tomorrow. When I heard Nicholas Garino got hit by a car, I'm like, you know what? That's fair. I don't want him to die because he's not like the main villain, but he's bad. Like, him getting hit by a car was actually good. Like, that was actually a good thing that Nicholas Garino was hit by a car. That's called karma. He was hit by a karma because he deserved that for what he did to Sandra Birchmore, what he's done to Karen Reed, what he's done to me. Fuck it. But Brian Tully actually deserves to get hit by a car and die. That's the difference between them. Like, die. And so I don't give a fuck if he dies. I don't give a fuck who he leaves behind. I hope it's painful. I hope every single waking moment for the rest of his life is miserable, because that's what Jesus would want me to do. Okay. I don't, this fairy tale about, I go to church every Sunday, and that's what Jesus talks to me. And that's what he says. Revenge. So anyway, that's that.
Okay.
All
So
right,
that's
back to
what they're
this.
going to try to use. So now listen, folks. Okay. First of all, and this is the most important thing to take out of it all. Okay. First of all, number one point, it's satire. He's an entertainer. He's sitting up there and he's saying outlandish things to entertain his audience. He probably had about 8,000 people watching just on YouTube alone. And this is what they log on to him for. Now, second point. He sat there and he said, I hope the guy dies a painful death in a fucking fire. Pretty specific. But he was also pretty vague because he also said a car accident. He said he named different scenarios that he fantasized about. Fucking, he didn't even say that. He just said he hoped that it would make him hard to know that Tully died a painful death. He's not allowed to have feelings. He's not allowed. I mean, no matter how hateful those feelings are, you don't have a right to your feelings and express them. This is America, last I checked. Now, the one argument that I could see someone having is, well, what if some crazy turtle rider decides to go and set his house on fire and then he burns up in it? Right? How does that make Turtle Boy responsible? All he said is that he hoped. That's a grown-up who went and did whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Which Turtle Boy said, clearly, it's not a threat. I don't necessarily want it to happen. I'm not saying that that's what that I'm going to do that. Like, if you watch Turtle Boy and you still can't, I mean, you can't tell the difference between him just being entertaining and him being angry and hateful. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the whole point. That's kind of the whole thing. It's my shtick too, in a way. I take things that are reality and then I find the humor in him, and I put a humorous twist on the things that we are all looking at every single fucking day. Now, I'm not a comedian, but it's fair to say that that's exactly what a comedian does, isn't it? Take everyday situations, find the humor in it, point it out. That's why they say, it's funny because it's true. That's the whole point. That's the whole thing. He's taking his own situation and he's capitalizing on his situation because he hasn't broken any laws. He hasn't done anything except speak his mind. So what is his greatest weapon? To use his voice. Speak up. Piss people off. People who get hurt feelings, because your feelings are not his responsibility. Your feelings are not my responsibility. I don't give a fuck about how what I say makes you feel. I just don't. I'm not concerned about how what I say affects your feelings. Because it's real easy, dude. You could just fucking change the fucking YouTube channel. You could log off of YouTube. You could go watch Melanie Little. You know? Which I would even encourage you to do anyway. But you could go watch Melanie Little or Emily Baker or whoever the fuck who plays it safe and cares about their YouTube sponsorships. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, I get support from people who want to watch me be who I am and do what I do without holding back. I sacrifice growth in my channel at a certain rate so that I can always be genuine on here without holding back. It's worth it to me to do that. You guys take better care of me than any fucking company that would play an ad on my streams would. So that's, you guys take priority. You guys and what you expect of me takes priority of what some YouTube sponsor would take. That's just how I am. And Aiden is similar in that very same way. The only difference is Aiden works a lot harder than I do. Aiden writes. Aiden investigates. Me, I just get up here and comment on the shit that everybody else is already fucking talking about. That's all I do. And I'm happy to do it. It's great. It's fun. I love hanging out with you guys. But what I'm saying is, I don't even do anything that I don't even do half of what Aiden does. And what he's doing, this is just a segment. This is the one thing that him and I do that is similar. Really. We get up here and we talk. And he's talking about his own situation. Who doesn't have a right to feel that way? He's being railroaded, or at least he feels he's being railroaded, right? Let's just say that. I know he's being railroaded, but I'm saying, let's just for the sake of argument call it he feels he's being railroaded. He doesn't have a right to have opinions on that and express it. He doesn't have a right to have feelings against the people who are doing this to him, or that he believes is doing this to him. And so they're gonna try to revoke his bail because he expressed how he feels about someone. That's not America. Well, yeah, Scott McGinnis, you don't have to ask Meredith that. Like, you don't have to do that. I mean, but yeah, like, is that shit kind of shocking? But it's just what he does. Like, that's the whole thing, is people go, oh my God, you never ever wish death on people. Don't ever do that. Don't ever talk ill of the dead either. You can never do that. Like, there's some mumbo jumbo that it's like, ooh. that like it's some sort of superstitious curse if you do something like, you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of mentality that's behind having an issue with Aiden saying, I hope that Tully dies a painful, agonizing death. That I mean, that's the equivalent is people going, oh my God, he's wishing death on somebody. So that means that it could happen. Do you know that wishes don't come true? So therefore, Aiden is committing a crime because if Tully dies, then Aiden could be held responsible for making a wish. That's how stupid you sound. That's what you sound like to me when you say that Aiden should have a charge or have his bail revoked based on what I just heard him say. That's what you sound like to me when you're saying that he should have his bail revoked over that. Do you know that wishes don't come true? Do you know how powerful the power of hope really is? Because if Tully dies, do we know that Aiden wasn't responsible by wishing it? That's what you sound like to me. You see how fucking ridiculous that sounds? Sounds fucking retarded. It sounds just plain fucking retarded. So crazy, dude. Like, I can't believe all of this shit is happening. Like, this is so fucking wild. Let's see what Vinny had to say.
Canton, Massachusetts, Karen Reed drove her SUV through the...
Vinny's so dramatic. On a freezing Massachusetts night, Karen Reed drove her
swirling
SUV.
snow, her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, sitting beside her. It was late, just after midnight, when they pulled up outside 34 Fairview Road, a home filled with off-duty officers and friends gathering for a quiet night that would soon turn infamous. Karen says she dropped John off there, watched him walk toward the house through the storm, then drove away. But what happened next has unraveled into one of the most divisive and scrutinized criminal cases in the country. Hours later, John's lifeless body was found in the snow outside the same house, bruised, bloodied, and alone. Prosecutors say Karen struck him with her vehicle in a drunken rage. Karen insists she's being framed, pointing to a cover-up involving law enforcement, alleging that those inside 34 Fairview know the truth and buried it. Now, with public opinion split and tensions high, the retrial looms, threatening to expose secrets no one ever intended to leave the driveway. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments in our...
I'm Vinny Politan, and for the record, I have on my purple tie, so nobody can accuse me of taking a side. I just want the truth. I'm Vinny Politan. Wow. Got on my purple tie.
Our continuing coverage of the retrial of the century, that everyone is focused in on the trial of Karen Reed. Now, through the years, I've covered a lot of criminal trials. And inevitably, in every criminal trial, what I've seen a pattern from defense teams and defense attorneys. It's a very common tactic. I saw it even when I was in the courtroom as a prosecutor, which is you create the other villain in the courtroom. In the biggest criminal trial of this century that I covered, George Anthony was...
See, man, like Vinny does this every time, bro. He does this shit every time. As soon as I feel like Vinny is finally like, you know, not afraid to say that he thinks that at least Karen Reed is being railroaded. Then he pulls this shit and acts like the defense is creating a new villain just to do it and comparing it to Casey Anthony blaming her dad. Come on with this shit. Every time, like, I get all stoked for Vinny and then he does this shit and I'm just like, every fucking time.
Was painted as the other villain by his daughter and his daughter's attorney inside the courtroom. She was charged with murdering George's granddaughter. She was facing a potential death penalty. And right out of the gate, they pointed the finger at George Anthony and then provided very little, well, actually no evidence that he was the villain that they painted in the opening statement. But nonetheless, it changed the complexion of the case.
So, Linda Bodden from Justice Serve TV worked on Casey Anthony's defense team. She made a lot of people mad, man. Like, people are like, oh my God. Because she straight up said that she thought Casey Anthony was innocent. She straight up said that shit. And like the whole chat fucking lost their shit. And I was like, y'all need to calm down, bro. Like, dude, when you work for a defense team, dude, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. She did her job. Like, that's what she's supposed to do. She's part of the balance of the justice system. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you expect? Is for fucking Casey Anthony to get lynched and not have a fair trial? No, bro. You don't get to cherry pick who has rights and who doesn't have rights, bro. It doesn't work that way. Like, Linda Bodden's awesome. Let somebody tell me different.
Case, and we know how that one turned out. This is common practice. Look at this guy. Look at this woman. Over here, not over here. Don't look at the defendant. We've seen it over and over and over again. It's very, very common. Now, let's talk about this case, Karen Reed. John is not a villain and is not the villain in this case. He's the victim. Both sides agree that he's the victim in all of this, that he did nothing wrong. He should be alive. And both sides are saying they want the truth to come out inside the courtroom, but they don't agree about what the truth is. But they do agree that John is not the villain here. So for the defense, who are these other villains? Well, two of the villains are the two Brians, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. We know that from the opening statements. We know that from the way this case has been litigated from the beginning, the arguments that have been made in court. We know that these are two of the people that they believe are the villains that they want the jury thinking about, looking at, and scrutinizing. But the key to the defense may very well be another alleged villain, Jennifer McCabe. Jenn McCabe. Why? Why would she be the key to the defense? Well, the entire theory of a cover-up and something else happening here was really born from Jennifer McCabe's Google, her Google search, Haas long to die in cold. That was her doing the search. And if she's doing that search at 2:27 in the morning, as opposed to after John O'Keefe has been found, after 6 a.m., prosecution is done. They are done. So she is the key, the absolute key for the defense. That is the key to the get out of jail. That is the key to not guilty. Jennifer McCabe. Guess who took the stand today? Jennifer McCabe was called by the prosecution. Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson is joining us live from outside the courthouse in Dedham. And let me tell you, Matt, this trial's moving fast and furious. Every time we turn around, another big moment, another big witness. The pacing of it is much more rapid and intense than the first trial, which is amazing. So let's talk about Jennifer McCabe and her taking the stand. What did she say about the bar that night, meeting at the bar? Because Jennifer McCabe's interaction here begins before 34 Fairview.
Yeah, she really establishes everybody being together and how they ended up at her sister's house and brother-in-law's house, who is also the Boston police officer. But you're right.
All right, folks. So what it looks like is that this is what I think I'm going to do, folks. Okay. I did set up a live stream for Turtle Boy's hearing. I have that set up. Now, it seems like a lot of people are waiting for that and are kind of counting on me to watch that hearing live. So since I did commit to it, and I already have the live set up, I'm going to go ahead and end this one. I'm going to take Clubber to the bathroom and everything, and take 15 minutes to do that. And then I'm going to start that other stream. And then what I'll probably do later on this evening, hopefully, is come back and revisit the rest of Jenn McCabe's testimony, cross-examination, just to compromise for everyone, you know. So yeah, so I hope to see you guys over there at Turtle Boy stream. Well, not at Turtle Boy stream, my stream that will be streaming the Turtle Boy hearing, because apparently there's this motion to revoke his bail. I feel like I need to be there in spirit for him, dude. Like, dude is a good dude, and he's really been fighting this fight. Like, you can't understate that, or you can't overstate that Aiden has been fighting a fight here. The fact is, you know, he comes off very abrasive and unscathed, but like Karen, he gets a lot of his strength from our support. And the man did 2 months in jail. The way that I see it is the man did 2 months in jail for my right to be able to sit up here and speak to you the way that I speak to you and say the things that I feel free to say. And I feel like anybody should feel that way. I feel like every person in the press that sits next to him in the courtroom should feel that way about Aiden, whether you like him or not, whether you find him agreeable or not. The bottom line is he did that. He could have taken a plea. He could have walked away from all of it. He could have started talking about another case. He didn't do that. So as long as Aiden is having to face this fear of having to go to jail again for simply exercising his First Amendment rights, I'm going to show him support. So we'll come back and we'll visit Jenn McCabe's cross-examination later, and we're going to stream Turtle Boy's hearing live. So anyways, guys, I hope to see you guys over there. I already have it set up, so just click on it, go to my channel, and then click on it, and make sure to hit the like. And let's get as many people in support of Aiden as we can as well. Guys, you guys are fantastic. I love you very much, and we will do this again very, very, very soon, my friends.